Hello. Hi.
Anybody can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2020 NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championships. We're excited to have you here today. This is room 2. There are 2 rings today, 2 rooms, so if you need to check real quick, please verify that you have logged into the correct live stream. Room 1 this morning will have the female white and yellow belts, and here in room 2, we will have the male white and yellow belt finals. Few reminders, please remember to turn off your video and microphone until you are on deck. Second, please set your Zoom name to the competitor name. This will assist us with the process. There are no virtual backgrounds or effects. Please do your best to stay within the frame. As a reminder, if there are technical difficulties, the referees may ask for a restart and those will not be penalized. We do recommend that everyone else in the room turn off any other internet-enabled devices to help make sure that there is a clean streaming experience. Please make sure that you stay in the Zoom room until the results have been announced, and then after the announcements, please make sure to step out of the Zoom room. Joining us today are a number of referees to help make this a successful tournament. Starting off, we would like to thank Lois Schoenbrunn for joining us. She's live from Orlando, Florida. When not training, teaching, or coaching, or refereeing, she's out on the river or a lake on her stand-up paddle board. Great way to stay in shape. We also have Daniel Desmarais from Canada. He is an international referee. Welcome, sir. He has been practicing since 1975 under Grandmaster Chong Soo Lee. We also have Alice DePace from the suburbs of Boston. Welcome once again. We're always happy to have her join us. 20 plus years and a retired engineer from Digital Equipment and Intel. We also have Nirav Daftari. Nirav is a biomedical engineer and has a very adorable Jack Russell Beagle mix that I'm pretty sure it's very energetic. Mark Zeroganis is joining us from just outside North Carolina. He has 3 sons and is 3rd Dan black belt. We also have Jamsheed Mistry, been training for 13 years out of Sunnyvale and is at Tiger Martial Arts. And finally, but definitely not last, we have Stephanie Imhoff, the 2015 Ultra Heavyweight National Sparring champion. So thank you to all of our referees. Let's get this tournament off to an outstanding start with our male white to yellow belt finals division. First up on deck today, you'll see the call order at the start of each division. For the white and yellow belt male division, we'll have Jonathan Roche, followed by Quinn Alper.
저기 기니 준비 시작. 빠! 바로 쉬어.
Thank you, Jonathan. In just a moment, we will see Jonathan's scores for both accuracy and presentation, which will be combined to determine his final overall score for today's competition in this white and yellow belt male finals division. As a reminder, for all recognized Poomsae, the maximum point score is 10 points. You can receive 4 points for accuracy, 6 points for presentation. The accuracy is made up of the accuracy of basic movements, the details of each Poomsae, and balance. There are major and minor deductions in each category. Also, for presentation, the total of 6 points is made up by looking at speed and power, rhythm and tempo, and also the overall expression of energy. Once again, in those categories, there are major and minor deductions. Our referees and judges are tallying their scores and entering them into the system, and they will show up once they are available. Thank you to Jonathan from MIT for your performance today. And now showing a 2.80 for accuracy. Just a moment, the presentation scores will also display to give us a total final score. And presentation score of 3.9 to start us off with a final score of 6.70. Good start, Jonathan. Next up, we have Quinn Alper from the University of Vermont. Once again, this is the white and yellow belt male division for the NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championships. We're getting started today. Second competitor will be coming up is Quinn Alper.
차렷. 기내. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쉬어.
And thank you, Quinn Alper from the University of Vermont. Quinn also enjoys playing the guitar and coaching skiing. In just a moment, his scores will be up on the screen. We'll be reminding you throughout the day how the recognized Poomsae scoring works. There's 10 points overall available. It's broken out into 2 categories, accuracy and presentation. Judges have entered the accuracy scores, 2.13. Combined with a presentation score of 3.27, so Quinn is starting off with a 5.40 score today. This is the white and yellow belt male final division. We have 7 competitors. Next up, we have Jawad Youssef.
شريط. كده. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쉬어.
Thank you, Jawad Youssef. He comes to us from MIT in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and is a major in aerospace engineering. He also enjoys watching and playing soccer in addition to his Taekwondo practice. And today's score is a 6.43. That 6.43 places him second in the current rankings. And next up is Tejas.
شريط. كده. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쉬어.
Thank you, Tejas. Also coming to us, MIT, Cambridge, Massachusetts, electrical engineering and computer science as a major. In addition to Taekwondo, he also plays the piano. Accuracy score today of a 2.67. That'll be combined with presentation scores to come up with a final score to determine the placing in the final division today. And a final score of 6.33 places him in the third position while we finish our way through the competitors. Next up is Harbin Hong.
차렷. 기내. 준비. 시작. 알아. 쉬어.
Thank you, Harbin. Harbin comes to us. He is a student at Princeton University, located in Princeton, New Jersey. He's part of the class of 2024. His favorite is computer science, and his least favorite is history. Little difference of opinion. I'm personally one for love and history. In addition to Taekwondo, he also enjoys running, swimming, and eating. Accuracy score today from the judges combined is 2.70. As a reminder, the lowest and the highest are dropped, and the three remaining scores are averaged to come up with the average accuracy score combined with the 3.63 for presentation. Our next competitor will be Nicole Shinoy.
셋. 기내. 준비. 시작. 말아. 쉬어.
And that was Nicole Shinoy, also from MIT, class of 2024. Favorite class is neuroscience. In addition to Taekwondo, he likes to swim, play chess, and also play the piano. Accuracy score coming in 2.73. Combined with the presentation of 3.57. That puts Nicole in the fifth place standing. Next up is William Nolan.
셋. 기내. 준비. 시작. 말아. 쉬어.
And that was William Nolan. He is a computer science and electrical engineering major at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. He's a student focused on 2024, also part of the Rocket team. A lot of brilliant competitors today as we finish up this division for the white and yellow belt male finals. As a reminder, the first place finisher will be mailed a medal. William is receiving a 2.40 for accuracy. And a 3.30 for presentation that combines to provide a 5.70. And our final standings of the division today, we have Jonathan Roche in the first place position, 6.70. Yawad Youssef, second, and in third place, Tejas and Harbin. Congratulations to all of our competitors. Outstanding work today. And thank you for joining us for this first round in Ring 2 of the 2020 NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championships. We are going to take a brief break prior to the next division, but stick with us. We'll be back in just about 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome, competitors. We will be starting in a few moments. As a reminder, Please make sure that you turn off the video and microphone until you are on deck. Please make sure that your Zoom name matches your competitor name in order to help us with check-in and management during the tournament. And please remember there are no virtual backgrounds or effects to be put in use. Welcome everyone to the 2020 NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championships. Coming up is the female green belt semifinals. We have 10 competitors today. The call order is displaying on the screen. We have some great referees joining us today. Thank you to all of them for the work that they're doing in order to help us have a successful tournament. Online environment, the NCTA Tournament Committee has done an outstanding job providing opportunities for the competitors to continue to hone their skills. Just a few reminders. Please remember to turn off your video and microphone until you are on deck. Make sure that there are no virtual backgrounds or effects. Please set the Zoom name to your competitor name. And please make sure that we stay in frame. If you do need to restart due to technical difficulties, the athlete is not penalized. They'll just be asked to restart by the referees. Please remember to turn off all other internet-enabled devices in order to make sure that you have the best bandwidth for your performance. And for all of our competitors, we ask that you please stay in the Zoom meeting until the results are announced. And then after the results are announced, please make sure to exit the Zoom room. Thank you. And joining us, the referees today, we have Daniel Dismaris from Canada, Lois Schoenbrunn from Orlando, Florida. We have Alice DePace from Boston, Massachusetts, Nirav Daftari, a biomedical engineer, Mark Zeroganis from just outside New York City, Jamshid Mistry, who is in Mountain View, our hometown of Mountain View, California, and Stephanie Imhoff, who is also the 2015 Ultra Heavyweight National Sparring Championship champion, and Caroline C. Inne Park. My apologies for missing you on the first round. Thank you for joining us from Wichita, Kansas. Today, first up of our competitors in the green belt female semifinal division, we have Jenna Rotherham.
자리에 견해 준비 시작. 바로 자리 견해
That was Jenna Rotherham from Cornell University in Ithaca, New York. She is a biology and, I'm sorry, her favorite is biology and her least favorite is math in school, but she is still turning out to study biological engineering, focusing on the class of 2023, starting off with an accuracy score of 2.33. As a reminder, the low and the high scores of accuracy and presentation are dropped, with the remaining scores averaged. Presentation score today of 3.37 combined for a 5.70. Nice start today, Jenna. Next up, we'll have Jessie Young.
Hello, Jessie is supposed to be here. She is currently not here with us. So is it possible for her to be moved to the end? Are we lagging?
All right, well, Jessie is not with us at the moment, so we are going to move to competitor Jennifer Kim. Gonna give Jennifer just a moment to get ready. She thought she had another moment. Thank you, Jennifer. Go ahead and just signal when you're ready and the refs will take over. Thank you.
차례. 견해. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차례. 경례.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. Jennifer Kim joins us from the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. She is a student focusing on 2023. Her favorite class in school was globalization and its discontents. Sounds absolutely fascinating. Today, she receives a 2.17 for her accuracy score. Once again, this is the green belt female semifinals. After Ms. Kim, we will have Michelle Kai. Jennifer receives a 3.23 for accuracy and a 5.40 overall score. And moving to our third competitor in the semifinals, Michelle Kai.
차례. 견해. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차례. 견해.
And that was Michelle Kai from the University of Michigan competing in the semifinals for the Green Belts female division. She's also at Ann Arbor. She's planning on graduating in 2022. Her major is biomedical engineering. Receiving a 2.50 for the accuracy. After we receive Michelle Kai's scores, oh, there they are, 3.37 for presentation and a 5.87 overall. That puts her in the current rankings at the top of the standings with a number of competitors to go. Next up, we have Angel McCrary Lupson.
차례. 견해. 준비. 시작. 바로 차렷 견해
That was Angel McCary Lepson. She is a informatics major at the University of Washington, Seattle, focusing on graduating next year in 2021. Thank you for taking the time out from your studies, Angel, to join us today. She receives a 2.70 for her accuracy and 3.53 for presentation, giving her a combined score of 6.23. That moves Angel up in the standings and Michelle Kai to the second position. We have a number of athletes remaining in the semifinal round. Next up is Olivia Peterson.
차렷 견해 준비 시작 바로 차렷 경해
And that was Olivia Peterson. She is from UVM, Burlington, Vermont. Her favorite class in school is biology, and her least favorite is statistics. She's working on a major in biological sciences. Today, she receives a 2.80 for her accuracy score in this green belt female semifinals division, a 3.43 for presentation, which combines for a 6.23 overall. Next up, we have Nicole Gontanes.
차렷 견해 준비 시작 바로 차렷 경해
And that was Nicole Gontanes, a molecular biology major from Princeton University in Princeton, New Jersey. As a reminder, athletes can reposition to stay in the screen without a deduction. It's important in our current environment to allow for those minor adjustments. Today, she receives a 2.73 for accuracy, combined with 3.40 to make an overall score of 6.13. And that 6.13 places her up currently in the third standing as we round out this division. Next up, we have Cynthia Meza.
차렷. 견해. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 견해.
And that was Cynthia Meza, a biological engineering student joining us from Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts. We have a lot of outstanding athletes today from around the country joining us. Cynthia today receives 2.70 for accuracy, 3.53 for presentation, and an overall score of 6.23. Nice work, Cynthia. That 6.23 does place her up at the top of the standings as we work our way through the divisions. As a reminder, if there is a tie, we will have a tiebreaker. And next up is Christina Lee.
차렷. 견해. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 견해.
And that was Christina Lee joining us from Cornell University in Ithaca, New York. This is the green belt female semifinals division. Christina joins us as a material science and engineering student. We did have some technical moments in there, and I believe we may have her redo her form. Let us check in with the judges for just a moment. As a reminder, if we do redo the form, they're due to technical difficulties, they are not penalized for that. Let me give us just a moment. This is the 2020 NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championships. We are working our way through the female green belt semifinals division. In addition to the semifinals division happening in this ring, the top 8 will move on to the finals, which will also happen here in room 2. And we do have the scores. Thank you to all of the judges for working through the little technical moment there. We have an accuracy score of 2.8 combined with 3.63 for presentation for an overall score of 6.43. Thank you, Christina, for your patience. That places Christina up at the top of the rankings. And next up, we have Omamara Thriji.
차렷. 견해. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 견해.
Ms. Therese receives a accuracy score of 2.33 and a presentation of 3.10 for a combined score of 5.43. She's joining us from the University of Vermont. Thank you for joining us. As a reminder, the top 8 will move on to the finals. Next up, we will have Jessie Zhang joining us.
Hello, sorry. We do not think Jessie will be able to make it to compete today. We apologize for that.
All right, well, that means we have our final standings for today for the semifinal green belt female division. Thank you to all of our athletes. As a reminder, we will be continuing with the final division for the female green belts in this ring. The rankings are on the screen. Top 8 competitors will move on to the finals. This is the 2020 NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championships. We will be starting the Green Belt Final Division in just a moment. The call order for our athletes is displaying on the screen, and we're giving our athletes who just finished up the semifinal division a moment to prepare. And welcome back, everyone. We're ready to start the female green belt finals division. Our 8 competitors who have moved on from the semifinals are with us. The call order is displaying on the screen. First up will be Miss Sriji, and then followed by Jenna Rotharam. Thank you.
Tip. Kine. Jimby. Sijak. Bro. Sure. Kine.
Thank you, Miss Sriji. She is joining us from the University of Vermont. Her major is medical laboratory science, and she trains under Grandmaster Ernest Hart. Thank you for joining us today. We have athletes from around the country competing, as well as referees joining us from across the U.S. Thanks to the NCTA team tournament committee working hard to provide this opportunity. Starting off today with a final score of 5.50 in this green belt final division for the women. Nice work, ma'am. Our next competitor will be Miss Jenna Rothram.
차렷. 그녀의 준비. 시작. 브로. 차렷. 그녀의
Thank you, Jenna. Jenna is joining us from Cornell University in Ithaca, New York. She originally grew up in Los Angeles, California, so crossing the country to study biological engineering, looking to graduate in 2023. Today, she receives a final score of 5.67. Thank you, Jenna. That places her in the current standing of our 8 athletes competing today in this final division in the first position. Next up, we have Michelle Kai.
차렷. 그녀의 준비. 시작. 브로. 차렷. 그녀의
And from the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, that was Michelle Kai. Michelle today receives a 2.80 for accuracy score. As a reminder, the high and low are dropped and the remaining are averaged to determine the accuracy and presentation. Those two scores are then combined, which today provides her with a 6.33. Of our 3 competitors, that places her in the top position with 5 remaining competitors. Next up, we have Nicole Gontanes.
차렷. 그녀의 준비. 시작. 브로. 셔. 차렷. 그녀의
And that was Nicole Guntanis from Princeton University in Princeton, New Jersey. She is working on a molecular biology degree. Today, her final score is a 6.33. That moves her up of the 4 competitors that have gone so far to the first ranked position. We have additional competitors remaining in this green belt female final division. Next up, we have Olivia Peterson.
차렷. 그녀의 준비. 시작. 브로. 차렷. 그녀의
And thank you, Olivia. Olivia joins us from UVM, Burlington, Vermont. Today, Olivia receives a 6.43 in the female green belt finals division. She was our 5th competitor today. And Olivia is now moving up into the first ranking. We got a lot of great athletes working hard today. Next up, we have Angel McCrary Lupson.
차렷. 그녀의 준비. 시작. 브로. 차렷. 그녀의
Thank you, Angel. Angel is joining us from the University of Washington. She receives a 2.83 accuracy score. In addition to her Taekwondo, she's also working hard on her informatics major. She's planning on graduating in 2021. And a final score today of 6.27. Next up, we have Cynthia Meza.
차렷. 그녀의 준비. 시작. Bro. Chip. Kanye.
And that was Cynthia Meza, a biomedical engineering student with Harvard University, looking to graduate in 2022. Today receives 2.83 in her accuracy score. In just a moment, we will have a presentation score, which will combine to provide the final. And her final score today of 6.40 for her score in the female green belt finals. That puts her in the current second place standings with one athlete remaining, Miss Christina Lee.
Chip. Kanye. Jimmy. Sijak. Bro. Chip. Kanye.
And that was Christina Lee, a materials science and engineering major at Cornell University in Ithaca, New York, receiving a 2.97 for accuracy and an overall score of 6.37. Just a moment, there we go. We have our final standings for the green belt final division for the women. Olivia Peterson coming in first place, Cynthia Meza second place, and rounding out third place positions, Christina Lee and Nicole Gluntanis. Thank you, ladies, for all of your hard work, and a special thank you to the referees and judges today, as well as the NCTA Tournament Committee for making this competition possible. Our next division will start at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. It is the Male Green Belt Finals division. We will be taking a break until then and look forward to rejoining once again at 1 o'clock with the Male Green Belt Finals division.
Can anyone hear me?
Hi Lois, how's it going?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, that's amazing. I may have to do everything
Loud
on
and
my
clear,
phone.
Lois.
Lois, did you check the settings on your web browser?
Yeah, I did. I'm gonna, over the longer break, I'm gonna shut everything down and come back,
Okay.
start again.
I downloaded the app. I don't use it through the web browser because I have too many problems with the web browser version.
And I use the app for work all the time and I've never had a problem.
Wow.
I tried using the link and I tried logging in through my app and I tried 3 different browsers and yeah. Anyway, I'll keep trying. So for this next round, please mute. Okay.
Okay.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome back to the 2020 NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championships. You're in Ring 2, and our next division up will be the male green belt finals. We have 2 athletes who are competing today in this particular division. We'd like to remind everyone to please make sure that you have your microphone turned off and that we don't have any digital or virtual backgrounds today. Additionally, please make sure the competitor name is the Zoom name in the Zoom room so that we can have an efficient competition. Please try to stay in your frame, but keep in mind if you reposition, there is not a deduction. If for any reason we have to restart a form due to technical difficulties, the athlete is not penalized. As a reminder for our competitors, please have folks who are on the same internet to turn off their internet-enabled devices. And please remember to stay in the Zoom room until the round results are announced. After the announcement, please remember to leave the room. You can continue to follow the competition on YouTube Live. We'd like to take a moment to thank the referees who have joined us today to help make this a successful event. We're very grateful to their commitment to the sport and for volunteering to help out NCTA. We have Stephanie Emhoff joining us from Ames, Iowa. In addition to Taekwondo, she also loves to read, sing, and compete. We have Jumshid Mistry, who has been doing Taekwondo for about 13 years and is in Sunnyvale. Mark Zeroganis is joining us from just outside New York City. He is a 3rd Dan Kukiwan black belt and also a USAT certified referee. Daniel Desmarais is joining us from Canada. He's been training since 1975 under Grandmaster Chung Soo Lee. We also have Lois Schoenbrunn from Orlando, Florida. When she's not training, teaching, coaching, or refereeing, she's often out on a river or lake on her stand-up paddleboard. We have Alice DePace from Boston, just outside Boston, Massachusetts, a retired engineer and been practicing for well over 20 years. Nirav Daftari, from Vermont, a biomedical engineer. And then finally, we also have Caroline C. A. Park from Wichita, Kansas. Thank you once again, everyone, for helping us out with the tournament today. We're grateful to have so many wonderful referees and experienced personnel helping us with the tournament today. Starting off the Green Belt Male Finals Division today, we're going to have Connor Borek, followed by Hongzae Piao.
Check. Kunye. Jubi. Sija. Bro. Check. Kunye.
And thank you, Connor. Connor joins us from the University of Vermont. He is a mechanical engineering student. trains with Master Heart. Today he receives a 2.77 for his accuracy score. That'll be combined with his presentation score. And today Connor receives a 5.97. We have two competitors today in this green belt male finals division. Next up, we will have Hongjae Piao. In just a moment, we'll have Hongjae Piao join us. He will be the second competitor of the two competitors we have in the green belt male finals division. Giving Mr. Piao just a moment to sort out his camera so we can compete today. Once again, this is 2020 NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championships. We're in the green belt male finals division. After this division, we'll have a break and then pick up at 2 o'clock with the male red belt finals. Tournament today is brought to you by the NCTA Tournament Committee. A lot of hardworking volunteers that we want to say thank you to for providing this opportunity to athletes across the country. Difficult time for a lot of folks, and this provides athletes an opportunity to continue to hone their skills and be prepared for when we're all able to compete in person again. The committee has put a lot of work into adapting to the online format. As a reminder, if athletes have to reposition, or I'm sorry, if they move off a screen, there is a minor deduction, but they are allowed to reposition to stay within the screen. And if necessary, we will have them redo their form without any deduction if there is a technical difficulty. With the Poomsae scoring, the recognized Poomsae receives up to 10 points. Accuracy can be 4 of those points. They look at the basic movements, details of the Poomsae, and their overall balance. And then finally, for the other 6 points, it's made up of presentation, a combination of speed and power, rhythm and tempo, and then the overall expression of energy.
Hello? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, sorry for waiting. I'm ready. I'm saying, yeah. Can you guys see me clearly?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Oh. All right, I think here is okay. Here should be okay, yeah.
Chip? Kunye? Jumbi? Sija? Baro? Chip? Kunye?
And that was Hongze Piao, also goes by Mickey, joining us today in the green belt male division. This is the finals. We have 2 individuals who competed today. Connor Borick had already competed, and next up was Hongze from the University of Vermont. In just a moment, we'll see his accuracy and presentation scores. Those 2 scores will combine to determine his final score, and we'll take a look at how it falls in comparison to his competitors to determine the final standings for this division. And he received a 2.27 for accuracy combined with 3.10 for presentation, with an overall score of 5.37. That puts Connor in first place and Mickey in second place. Congratulations, gentlemen, on your hard work and competing today. We are going to take a break here at Ring 2. We will be resuming at 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time with the male red belt finals, followed by female red belt semifinals and female red belt finals. So thank you once again, everyone, for joining us at the 2020 NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championships. We will see you again at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the 2020 NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championships. We'll be starting back up shortly with our next division. This afternoon, we will have the male red belt finals, followed by the female red belt semifinals and female red belt finals. This is ring 2. We do ask that all of our athletes make sure that they are situated and ready to go, and we will get started in just a moment. Just a quick few reminders. Please remember to turn off the video and microphone until you are on deck. Please, athletes, make sure that you set the Zoom name to be the same as your competitor name. There are no virtual backgrounds or effects in use. As a reminder to the athletes, do your best to stay in the frame. If you need to reposition, you will not receive a deduction. If for any reason you need to restart at the judges and referees' request due to technical difficulties, you will not be penalized. To help out with the live streaming experience, please remember to turn off other internet-enabled devices. And finally, for all of our competitors in the division, please make sure that you remain in the Zoom room until the final results are displayed and announced. And once that part is completed, you're welcome to leave the room. Thank you once again to the NCTA Tournament Committee for their outstanding work to bring us this competition today. It's a great opportunity for athletes, collegiate athletes from around the country to continue to compete and have the challenge of a live online event. We have a number of outstanding referees joining us today, also from around the country. Starting off with Stephanie Imhoff from Ames, Iowa. She is a second Dan and also the 2015 Ultra Heavyweight National Sparring Champion. Miss Alice DePace, who's been training for over 20 years and lives just outside the suburbs of Boston, Massachusetts. Lois Schoenbrunn from Orlando, Florida, a sixth Dan and also an outstanding referee joining us. We have Jamshid Mistry, been training for 13 years. His hometown was Mountain View, California, and currently trains at Tiger Martial Arts in Sunnyvale. We also have Mr. Mark Zeroganis, who's just outside New York City. He has 3 sons and is also the editor-in-chief of Taekwondo Life magazine. We have Daniel Desmarais from Canada. He has been training for over 40 years and under Grandmaster Chong Soo Lee. From Vermont, we have Nirav Daftari. She is a biomedical engineer. And finally, Caroline C. Ine Park from Wichita, Kansas, who's also been training in Taekwondo for over 20 years. So once again, thank you to all of our outstanding referees and tournament committee for joining us today. We appreciate your dedication to the sport. Our call order is showing on the screen. This is the final, so we have 8 competitors. We are going to start off with Samuel Choi, followed by Mokhtar Fall.
Cheerio. Hingy. Jimmy. Jack. Auto. Chill.
That was Samuel Choi from Princeton University, starting off this division. The red belt male finals. First part of his scores, accuracy is 2.67. As a reminder, the high and low of each category are dropped and the remaining 3 scores from the judges are averaged. The accuracy and the presentation scores are combined, and today Samuel receives a 6.07. Next up, we will have Mokhtar Fall.
Jump. Clean. Jimmy. Jack. Ah! Ah! Auto. Chill.
And that was Mokhtar Fall. He is a urban studies and planning student at MIT in Cambridge, Massachusetts, looking to graduate in 2022. He's our second competitor today in the red belt male finals division. For the scoring, there's possibility of a total of 10 points with deductions for major and minor errors. You can receive up to 4 points in accuracy and 6 points in the presentation. Today, Mokhtar receives a 2.90 for accuracy. That score will be combined with his presentation to come up with an overall final standing of 6.60. Next up, we have Shumbong Balal. We'll have a total of 8 competitors today in this division. We've already received scores for our first 2 athletes, 6.60 for Mokhtar and a 6.07 for Samuel.
Sir. Clean. Jimmy. Check.
Hi. Hi.
Auto. Chill.
That was Shubhanga Balal. He comes to us from MIT, Cambridge, Massachusetts. He is a material science and engineering major looking to graduate in 2022. One of the many athletes joining us from around the country. Accuracy score today of a 2.73. Once we have the final scores for Mr. Shumbong, we will have up next Rizo Rachmanov and 6.27 from our third competitor of the day in this division, placing him in the second place standing. We have a total of 8 competitors today. So once again, up next is Rizo Rachmanov.
Show you. Clean. Jimmy. Jack. Auto. Chill.
And that was Rizo Rachmanov from Cornell University joining us. As a little reminder, athletes are allowed to reposition to stay in the screen without a deduction. A lot of our athletes are working hard to make an excellent use of the space that they have to continue their training. Today, he receives a 2.90 for accuracy. That will be combined with his presentation score in just a moment. And a 6.67. Nice job, sir. That places him, of the 4 athletes who have competed so far, in the first place standing. We have additional competitors remaining in this red belt male finals division. Up next, we'll have Tin Nguyen.
Show you. Clean.
준비. 작. 바로. 시작.
And that was Tin Nguyen with MIT. Thank you for joining us today, sir. He was our 5th competitor in this red belt male finals. We have 3 additional competitors remaining. Today he receives a 2.77 for his accuracy and an overall score of 6.37. Places him up in the 3rd standing at the moment. We have additional competitors remaining. Next up, we have Ren Chu Chen.
준비. 회의. 준비. 시작. 바로. 시작.
And that was Ren Chu Chen from Cornell University. This is the NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championships. We're working our way through the red belt male finals. Ren Chu receives a 2.67 for his accuracy score today. And an overall score of 6.40. That moves him up into the 3rd standing as the ranking stand at the moment. We have 2 additional competitors remaining in this division. Next up is Caleb O.
준비. 회의. 준비. 시작.
And that was Caleb O. He's an English major at Cornell University in Ithaca, New York. Looking to graduate, or may have graduated this year. Caleb, nice work, sir, and thank you. Caleb is working on writing a novel in addition to his Taekwondo training. Today he receives a 2.97 for accuracy score and a 6.77 overall. That places Caleb up at the first ranking. We have one remaining competitor in this division. Next up will be Liam Herndon.
Cheerio. 준비. 준비. 시작. 바로. 시작.
And that was Liam Herndon, also from MIT. It's our final competitor in the Red Belt Male Finals today, the NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championships. He receives a 2.57 for accuracy. And a 6.07 overall score. Our final standings for this division, the Red Belt Male Finals. In first place, we have Caleb O. Second place, we have Rizo Rachmanov. And our two third place competitors, we have Mokdar Fall and Renchu Chen. Congratulations, gentlemen, and thanks to all of our athletes for participating and working hard to continue your training. The next division that we will have up in a little bit will be the female red belt semifinals. We have 10 competitors joining us for that division. We will take a very brief break and then join back once again with the red belt semifinals for the women. And good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the 2020 NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championships. In just a moment, we'll be starting up with the female red belt semifinal division. We have 10 athletes today. A few reminders, please make sure that you turn off your video and microphone until you are on deck. Please make sure that the Zoom name and competitor name match. Please do not use any virtual backgrounds or effects. Athletes need to stay in the frame. However, if they do need to reposition, they are not penalized. If for any reason we have technical difficulties and an athlete is asked to restart, they will not be penalized. To help with the streaming, please make sure that other internet-enabled devices are turned off. And a final reminder to our competitors to please make sure they stay in the Zoom meeting until the results are announced. And then once the results are announced, please make sure to leave the Zoom room. If you're interested in continuing to watch the competition, that will be available on the YouTube live stream. Thank you to all of the spectators who have joined us and are supporting our athletes today, and also to our tournament committee for their hard work in bringing us this live online event. The call order for our athletes is on the screen. This is a semifinal division with 10 athletes. The top 8 will move on to the final round, which will be completed in this ring right after the semifinals. We also want to take a moment to say a special thank you to all of our referees who are judging today. They've taken a Saturday to help support this event. Joining us is Caroline Ine Park from Wichita, Kansas, Nirav Daftari from Vermont, Daniel Desmarais from Canada, Mark Ziroganis from just outside of New York City. We have Jamshi Mistry, who's from Tiger Martial Arts in Sunnyvale, Lois Schoenbrunn from Orlando, Florida, Miss Alice DePace from just outside Boston, Massachusetts, and finally, but definitely not last, Stephanie Imhoff from Ames, Iowa. Thank you for your commitment to Taekwondo and all of the work you're doing today to help our athletes out. Our first athlete up today will be Miss Amanda Ajim, followed by Lauren Western.
Chariot. Kunye. Jimby. Sijak. Paro. Chariot. Kunye.
And that was Miss Amanda Ajim. She comes to us from Cornell University and receives a 6.73 on her scores. Starting off this red belt female semifinal division. Up next, we will have Lauren Western.
Chariot. Cunye. Paro. Sijak. Paro. Chariot. Cunye.
And that was Lauren Western from Liberty University. She receives a 2.30 on her accuracy score in the semifinal round. That'll be combined in just a moment with her presentation score. As a reminder, the high and the low score are dropped and the three center are averaged to come up with the accuracy and the presentation scores. Each athlete is able to receive up to 4 points for accuracy and up to 6 for presentation. Today, Lauren receives a 5.57. Next up, we will have Helen Wong.
Chariot. Cunye. Paro. Sijak. Paro. Chariot. Cunye.
And that was Helen Wong receiving a 3.0 for her accuracy score. This is the female red belt semifinal division. Helen receives a 6.90 for her final score in the semifinals, and we'll see in just a moment where that places her in the standing. Starting off of our three competitors that have gone thus far in the third position. We have additional competitors go, a total of 10 today. Next up, we have Eunice Choi.
Chariot. Kunye. Jimby. Sijak. Paro. Chariot. Kunye.
And that was Miss Eunice Choi, also from Cornell University. Receiving a 3.07 in accuracy score today. And a 3.80 presentations, combining to a 6.87 score. Our next athlete on deck should be Lanny Flanagan.
Chariot. Kunye. Jimby. Sijak. Paro. Chariot. Kunye.
And that was Lanny Flanagan. She's majoring chemistry for the class of 2022 at MIT in Boston. A number of MIT athletes joining us, along with other athletes from around the country. We are currently almost halfway through, or about halfway through this division. Today, Lanny receives a 7.07 as an overall score. And that places her at the first position for the current standings of the 5 athletes who have competed thus far. Next up, we have Jiajing Liu.
차렷. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 그녀.
And that was Jiajing Liu, a biology major at MIT. She's in the class of 2021. She receives a 3.0 for her accuracy score. And a 3.77 for the presentation for a total score of 6.77 for Ms. Liu. Our next competitor will be Charlene Francois Rufino Pesci.
차렷. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 그녀.
And that was Miss Charlene Rufino Pesci. She is from Boca Raton and majoring in anthropology. She's our 7th competitor today in this division, receiving a 3.27 for accuracy score. Just a moment, that'll combine with her presentation to show her final score of, there we go, 7.30. That places her up in the first position for the current rankings, followed by Lainey Flanagan. We have 3 additional competitors to go in this division. Next up is Sandra Cantilillo.
차렷. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 그니.
And that was Sandra Cantillo from Cornell University. This is the red belt female semifinals division. After Sandra, we have 2 remaining competitors. As a reminder, the top 8 competitors will move on to the finals, which occur right after this division completes. Today, she receives a 6.27 for her overall score. Our next competitor will be Adrienne Brown.
차렷. 그니. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 그니.
And that was Miss Adrienne Brown, also one of our competitors from Cornell University in Ithaca, New York. She has a double major in government and philosophy. This is the 2020 NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championships. We are currently working our way through the red belt semifinal round for the female division. We may ask our last competitor, Miss Adrienne, to please redo her form. There is no deduction. However, there was a bit of a technology lag for our judges. It would be beneficial to the competition to provide Adrienne a second opportunity to complete her form. We'll give her just a moment to catch her breath before she has to restart. Referees and athlete, when you're ready, please go ahead.
차렷. 준비. 시작. 바로 차렷 그녀의
And that was Adrienne Brown. She was the high school valedictorian and a two-time spelling bee championship, one of the competitors from Cornell University in Ithaca, New York. She just redid her form since we had a little technical difficulty there. She receives a 6.90 overall. As a reminder, there's no deductions if a athlete does need to redo their form. We have one remaining competitor in this division, Miss Vanessa Doan.
차렷 그녀의 준비 시작 바로 차렷 그녀의
And that was Miss Vanessa Doan from SUNY in New York. Her major is adolescent English education. She was the final competitor today in the red belt women's semifinal division. As a reminder, the top 8 athletes will move on to the finals, which is also in this ring, and we'll be competing as soon as we finish up the semifinal division today. Vanessa receives a 2.07 for her accuracy score. As a reminder, the high and the low score are dropped, and the remaining are averaged to determine the accuracy and presentation. That provides her with a 5.70. And in just a moment, we will see the standings on the screen. Top 8 athletes will continue on. Thank you to everyone for their outstanding work today in the competition. We'll give all the athletes just a moment before we get started with the finals division. Once again, this is the 2020 NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championships. We're grateful to the NCTA Tournament Committee, as well as all of the hardworking referees, athletes, and all of their friends and family that support them. NCTA has worked hard to provide a great online and live experience for athletes to continue to compete. In just a moment, we'll be starting the female red belt finals division. Top 8 competitors from the semifinals are moving on to this finals division. As a friendly reminder, please make sure that your microphone is off until it is your turn to compete, as well as your video. Please make sure that your Zoom name and competitor name match. If there's multiple competitors, it's fine to have them as the login. There are no virtual or background effects in use. Please remember to stay in the frame. There is a 0.1 deduction for movements that cannot be seen on the screen. However, to accommodate the live online tournament, an athlete can reposition to stay within the screen without receiving a deduction. We also may periodically ask an athlete to redo if there is any technical difficulties, and that is not penalized. As a reminder, please make sure that other folks in the room have turned off their internet-enabled devices to help ensure a smooth streaming experience. And then finally, for all of our competitors, we do ask that you remain in the Zoom meeting until the round results are announced. And then once we get through those announcements, please feel free to leave the Zoom room and continue to watch the competition on YouTube. And our call order for the finals is up on the screen. First up, we will have Sandra Cantillo, followed by Amanda Ajim. This is the red belt female division of the 2020 NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championships. We have 8 athletes who just finished up in the semifinals division, and in just a moment, we will have them start with their forms. The first athlete that'll be up is Sandra Cantillo.
차렷. 견해. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 경례.
And that was Sandra Cantillo with Cornell University. And we did have a couple of delays with the video streaming for her competition. We're going to ask that she take a moment and then re-perform. Just as a reminder, if there are folks in the same room, please make sure that all of the internet-enabled devices are turned off, with the exception of the one that's being used to stream the performance. We'll give Sandra just a moment. This is the finals for the female red belt division. All of our athletes competed a little bit ago in the semifinals, and the top 8 have moved on.
차렷. 견해. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 견해.
And that was Sandra Cantillo with Cornell University. She's one of a number of Cornell University athletes competing in this division today. After Sandra, we will have Miss Amanda Ajim. Sandra receives a 2.57 for her accuracy. Just a moment, we'll have the presentation scores, which will combine for her final score of a 6.07, starting off our competition in the finals division. Again, next up, we have Amanda Ajim.
차렷. 견해. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 경해.
That was Miss Amanda Ajim, also from Cornell University. This is the red belt finals division for the women. Up next, we'll have Miss Jiajing Lu. But first, Amanda's scores are coming in. We have a 2.93 for accuracy, combined with 3.7 for presentation, giving her a score of 6.63. Thank you, Amanda. That places her in the first after two competitors. There are 6 additional competitors remaining. Next up is Miss Jiajing Lu.
차렷. 견해. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 견해.
That was Ms. Jiajing Liu, a biology major at MIT Cambridge, Massachusetts. In addition to Taekwondo, she also plays the viola in a string quartet. In this finals division, she receives a 3.10 for her accuracy score. And a 6.90 overall. Of 3 competitors who have gone thus far, that places her in the top ranking position. We have 5 additional competitors remaining. Next up, we have Miss Eunice Choi.
차렷. 견해. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 견해.
From Cornell University, that was Miss Eunice Choi. She's joining a number of other competitors from Cornell as well today in this division. It's the Red Belt Finals for the women. Miss Eunice receives a 2.93 on accuracy. The high and the low score from each of the judges is dropped in the accuracy and presentation, and then the scores for each of those categories is averaged. To come up with a final score, the accuracy and the presentation are combined, and Miss Eunice Choi receives a 6.60. Next up, we will have Adrienne Brown.
차렷. 견해. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 견해.
So also from Cornell University, that was Adrienne Brown. She has a double major she's working on in government and philosophy, working towards the class of 2022 in Ithaca, New York. today receiving a 3.03 for her accuracy score. After Miss Brown, we have 3 additional competitors in this finals division. After the completion of this division, we will have a brief break until 3:45 when we start up the male black belt semifinals. Adrian receives a 6.70 in the finals today. That places her in the 2nd position for the current standings. We have 3 remaining competitors. The next up is Miss Helen Wong.
차렷. 견해. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 경례.
And that was Miss Helen Wong from Cornell University. Our 6th competitor in the finals, receiving a 3.03. After Miss Wong, Lainey Flanagan will be up next, followed by Miss Pesci. Helen today receives a 6.90. In just a moment, we'll see where that places her in the standings. It's up there in the 1st position with remaining competitors in the division. Next up is Lainey Flanagan.
차렷. 견해. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 견해.
And thank you, Miss Flanagan. It was Lainey Flanagan, who is majoring in chemistry at MIT in Boston. She's looking towards graduating in 2022. receiving a 7.10 for overall score in the red belt finals. We have one remaining competitor today. In this division, we have next up is Charlene Rufino-Pesci.
차렷. 견해. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 견해.
And that was Miss Charlene Rufino-Pesci. She is an anthropology major down in Boca Raton. She receives a 3.30 for accuracy. She was the 8th competitor today for the finals division. So as soon as we receive her score, there we go, 7.37 for Miss Pesci. That places her up in the first place position. That was the red belt the red belt finals division for the women. Coming in first place is Miss Charlene Francois Rufino-Pesci, followed by Miss Lanny Flanagan in second. Our two third place competitors are Helen Wong and Zhangji Liu. Congratulations to all the ladies for making it into the finals division, and also to our top competitors.
Thank you.
Congratulations, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is the 2020 NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championships. Special thank you to the tournament committee and all of the volunteers for their hard work to bring the competition together. Next up, we will have the male black belt semifinals, which will start at 3:45 p.m. in this ring. As a reminder, there's also competition occurring in Ring 1. You can find the YouTube channel posted on the NCTA tournament page. Please feel free to continue to watch competition on YouTube. And we look forward to seeing everyone back here at 3:45 Eastern Standard Time. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the 2020 NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championships. In just a moment, we will be returning to competition with the male black belt semifinals. A few reminders to our athletes. Please remember to turn off the video and microphone until you are on deck. Please make sure you set the Zoom name and your competitor name to be the same to help the Zoom manager. Please do not use any virtual backgrounds or effects. Athletes need to stay in the frame or there will be a 0.1 deduction for any movements off the screen. Athletes are allowed to reposition if they need to in order to stay in frame without a deduction. Occasionally, if there are technical difficulties, athletes will be asked to restart. However, they will not be penalized. As a friendly reminder, please make sure to turn off all other internet-enabled devices that are in use, with the exception of the one that's being used for the athletes' live stream. And for all of our athletes, please remember to stay in the Zoom meeting until the results are announced. After that results announcement occurs, please remember to exit the Zoom room so that we can continue the competition for the day. Again, this is the male black belt semifinal division. We have a number of competitors today. The call order is displaying on the screen. Please make sure to be prepared when it is your turn for the particular athlete that is up. First couple competitors we have today, we're going to start off with Joseph Perez, followed by Tyler Didolf. So once again, this is the male black belt semifinals. Immediately following this division, we'll move over to the male black belt finals. We'd again like to take a moment to thank the tournament committee as well as all of the referees who have joined us today to assist with the tournament. Here in ring 2, we have Daniel Desmarais. He is from Canada and he's been training since 1975 and was under Grandmaster Chong Soo Lee. We also have Nirav Daftari from Vermont, who is a biomedical engineer, with Miss Caroline Ine Park from Wichita, Kansas, who has been training for over 20 years. Mark Zeroganas, who is just outside of New York and is third dan black belt. Jamshid Mistry, who's been training for 13 years, is originally from Mountain View, California, and a UC Berkeley computer science major. Miss Lois Schoenbrunn from Orlando, Florida. Miss Alice DePace from just outside Boston, Massachusetts, a retired engineer who's been practicing Taekwondo for over 20 years. And Miss Stephanie Imhoff from Ames, Iowa. Special thank you to all of you for making this event possible. We appreciate having your support and all of your years of dedication and expertise. So once again, it's the black belt male semifinals division. We have a number of competitors competing today. Let's get started with the competition. First up will be Mr. Joseph Perez. We're all going to give the athletes just a moment to finish getting ready. Looking forward to having a good competition as we wind down the tournament for today. We've had a lot of great athletes in both room 1 and room 2. The competition included white belts all the way up through the black belts. Female divisions are occurring over in ring 1. You can follow that along on YouTube. All of our athletes today will be competing using recognized Poomsaes. Recognized Poomsae, they can receive up to 10 points. So those 10 points are made up of both accuracy and presentation points. Along the way, based on their performance, they may receive minor and major deductions. Under the accuracy category, they can receive up to 4 points. Accuracy of basic movements, the details of each of their Poomsae and their balance. Presentation points are made up of speed and power, rhythm and tempo, and the overall expression of their energy. There are some minor adjustments that are made for the competition since it's an online environment, and that's allowing for a little bit of repositioning to stay within the screen without a deduction. And also athletes may be asked if there are technical difficulties to redo their form without a deduction. Because we're having a little technical issues for Joseph, we're going to go ahead and move on to our second competitor, Mr. Tyler Dydolf, to start off the male black belt semifinals division.
Chip. Kanye. 준비. 시작. Bro. Що? Chip. Kanye.
And that was Mr. Tyler Dydorf. He is a black belt at SUNY Cortland. He's working on a major in business and economics. Accuracy score today of 3.23. That'll be combined in a moment with his presentation score. As a reminder, the top 8 competitors will move on to the finals division, which will take place in this ring. And starting off with a 7.27, our first competitor to compete. Next up, we will have Mr. Joshua Kwok.
Chip. Kanye. 준비. 시작. Bro. Що? Chip. Kanye.
That was Joshua Walk from Northeastern University in Boston. He's a computer engineering and computer science major, hoping to graduate in 2022. In addition to Taekwondo, he was also the first in the high jump kick and long jump kick at his 2014 World Taekwondo Hamdong. Today received 7.27 for his Taeguk 8 performance. That puts him in the first standing of the two competitors that have gone thus far. Next up, we have Dario Bernal.
차렷. 그녀의 준비. 시작. 브라우. 셔. 챗. 그녀의
And competing here in the male black belt semifinal division, that was Dario Bernal from Cornell University. We have a number of great Cornell University athletes competing today, along with athletes from colleges across the United States. Dario starts off with 2.90 score for accuracy. That'll be combined with his presentation score for a 6.70. Next up, we'll have Mr. Benjamin Karasako.
챗. 그녀의 준비. 시작. 브라우. 셔. 챗. 그녀의
And that was Benjamin Carrasco from Dartmouth College. We are right at the top of the male black belt semifinal division. Benjamin starts off with a 2.37 for his accuracy score, total of 5.67. As a reminder, the top 8 athletes in this division will move on to the finals. Next up, we have Arturo Serrano Borrero.
차렷. 그녀의 준비. 시작. Bro. 셔. Turret, 그녀.
And that was Mr. Arturo Serrano Barrero, also from Dartmouth College, competing in the male black belt semifinals division. Next on deck, we will have Mr. Jae Woo Lee, Jae Woo Lee, right after we receive Mr. Barrero's scores. All of our athletes in the semifinals today are performing Taeguk 8. The athletes moving on to the finals division will be performing Pyeongwon. And Arturo receives a 6.33. We have 14 athletes remaining in the division. So throughout the competition for this division, we'll see the rankings update. Next up is Jae Woo Lee.
Turret. 그녀. 준비. 시작. Bro. 셔. Turret, 그녀.
That was Mr. Jae Woo Lee from Rutgers University. Score of 3.33 for accuracy. And a 7.43 overall for his Taeguk 8 performance here in the semifinals. Next up, we will have Michael Angelo.
Turret, 그녀. 준비. 시작. Bro. Sh. Chet Kanye.
And that was Mr. Michael Angelo from SUNY in Cortland, New York. He's an exercise science major looking to graduate in 2021. This is the male black belt semifinals division. We're just working our way through the first 8 competitors with 13 competitors remaining. In the semifinals, all the competitors today are performing Taekwondo 8. Michael today receives an accuracy score of 2.7 combined with a 3.63 for presentation, providing an overall score of 6.33. Next up, we will have Samuel Chilton.
Chet Kanye. Jimmy. Sijak.
Hey! Hey!
Bro. Sure.
And that was Samuel Chilton from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, receiving a 3.00 for the accuracy score. As a reminder, the high and low score for accuracy and presentation are dropped, and then each category is averaged together. Accuracy and presentation scores are then added together to provide a final score. And 6.77 for Samuel Chilton today. That places Samuel up in the 4th standing as we continue to work our way through the semifinals division. Next up, we have James McGrath.
Chet Kanye. Jimmy. Sijak.
Hi! Hi!
Bro. Chet Kanye.
That was Mr. James McGrath, who is studying at the University of Washington in Seattle. He's an economics major looking to graduate in 2024. And James today receives 2.03 for accuracy. And a 3.0 for presentation. That score combines together for a 5.03. Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Next up, we have Tuna Turk.
Trip, Kanye. Juby. Sijak. Bro. So. Trip, Kanye.
And thank you, Mr. Turk. He is studying anthropology and Chinese at William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia, looking to graduate in 2023. One of our many athletes competing throughout the competition today and the multiple rings that we are running online. Mr. Turk receives a 2.23 for his accuracy score. Just a moment, that'll be combined with his presentation numbers to come up with his score for the semifinal round. As a reminder, once we complete the semifinals, we'll continue with the finals in this ring. And Mr. Turk receives a 5.47. Next athlete up will be Jeremy Fredericks.
Trip, Kanye. 준비. 시작. Bro. So. Trip, Kanye.
That was Jeremy Fredericks. Jeremy studies at the University of Washington in Seattle. He is working on a PhD, looking to graduate in 2023, majoring in material science and engineering. He's also the NCTA 2019 Collegiate Nationals third place in sparring. Happy to have him continuing his competition work here with the online tournament. Receives a 2.90 for accuracy, 3.6 on presentation. Overall, take a 8 score of 6.50. Next up in the competition, we will have Mr. Billy Ong.
Trip. Kanye. Gibi. Sıcak. Bravo. Şu. Çetkinie.
Thank you, Bailey. Bailey is studying music at Rutgers University. He's at New Brunswick, New Jersey. Also a frequent competitor joining us today. He's medaled at multiple states events. We're excited to have him here at the NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championships. He receives a 7.0 overall. That places him in the 4th standing at present as we work our way through the division. We have additional competitors to go, and as they go through the division, we'll receive and see the updated standings on the screen. Next up, we will have Mr. Peter Tron.
Çetkinie. Gibi. Sıcak. Bravo. Şu. Çetkinie.
And that was Mr. Peter Tron joining us from MIT. One of the many MIT athletes joining us throughout the competition today. As a reminder, there is a second ring also running, and that is currently working their way through the female black belt semifinal division as we work our way through the male black belt divisions here in ring 2. All of our male black belt athletes are working on Taeguk 8. Their final score is based on accuracy and presentation. There are some adjustments to the online rules since it is a live online tournament. Just some minor things such as being able to reposition if they have to stay in the screen, and also just a minor deduction if they have to step off screen. Today, Peter receives a 6.63. Next up, we will have Mr. Samuel Kim.
Çetkinie. Gibi. Sıcak. Bro. Chat. Kanye.
And that was Mr. Samuel Kim, another athlete from MIT in Cambridge, Massachusetts. He is a fourth-year PhD student working on a major in electrical engineering and computer science. Thank you for working and joining us for the competition today. We are winding down the last about 5 competitors in the male black belt semifinal division. Top 8 competitors will move on to the black belt finals. Today in the semifinals, everyone is performing Taekwondo 8. Mr. Kim receives a 3.07 combined with his 3.97 presentation. Gives him a 7.03, and we'll have to see in just a second where that places him in the standings. Place Mr. Kim at present up in the 4th position. As I said, we have additional competitors on deck. Next up, we have Mr. Gregory Scottco.
Chat. Kanye. 준비. 시작. Bro. 쇼. chat. Kanye.
That was Mr. Gregory Scottco. He is a mechanical engineering major at Rutgers University in New Brunswick, looking to graduate in 2022. He's also into formula racing and an engineer club that designs and races cars every year. Receives a 2.70 for accuracy here in the black belt semifinal division for the male group. Female divisions over in ring 1. And today's score combined with 3.4 for his presentation, he receives a 6.10 for Taekwondo 8. Few additional competitors to go. Next up, we have Casey Liu.
chat. Kanye. 준비. 시작. Bro. 쇼. chat. Kanye.
And that was Casey Liu. He's a political science major at the University of California, Merced campus. It's not his first NCTA online competition. He joined us earlier this year and received a bronze award for his competition. Today he receives a 7.53, which we'll see in just a moment how that places him. Mr. Liu currently in the first position amongst the ranking with some additional athletes remaining. Next up, we have Hyung Cho.
Chip. Kanye. 준비. 시작. Bro. Sh. Chip. Kanye.
That was Mr. Hyung-Chin Cho. He is a philosophy major at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, and he's working on the class of 2023. In addition to Taekwondo, he also enjoys parkour and playing the guitar. Happy to have him here competing today. A couple athletes remaining. After Mr. Cho, we'll have Edmundo Gomez and Joseph Perez compete. That'll wrap up this semifinal black belt division. Mr. Hyung Cho receives a 6.70. As a reminder, the top 8 will move on to the finals division. Next up, we have Edmundo Gomez.
Yeah, I think so. Something blocking your camera?
So this is the 2020 NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championship. We are in the male semifinal black belt division. All of our athletes are performing Taeguk 8. In just a moment, we will have Edmundo Gomez followed by Joseph Perez to wrap up this semifinals division. And the top 8 athletes will move on to the next competition. I'm sorry, we'll move on to the finals division, which will wrap up the competition for the day. And give us just a moment. It is a live online tournament, so every now and then we do run into some minor technical moments. Team is working to resolve them right now. As we work through those, just a reminder, a big thank you to the tournament committee, all of the hardworking folks at NCTA for putting the competition together and working to coordinate with athletes as well as coaches and referees to make this tournament happen. It's a great opportunity for athletes at the collegiate level from around the country to be able to continue to hone their skills.
Hi there, guys. Sorry about that.
So we'll have Joseph Perez up in just a moment. And then Edmundo Gomez. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. I apologize. Next athlete up is Edmundo Gomez. We'll have him on in just a moment.
제 그녀의 준비 시작.
And we've just experienced a little bit of a technical glitch with Mr. Gomez. We'll work to resolve that in just a moment. We will have him redo his form. As a reminder, if an athlete needs to redo due to technical difficulties, there are no deductions. We are in the semifinal rounds for the male black belt division. We have two remaining athletes, Edmundo Gomez and Joseph Perez. Standings are currently showing on the screen. First position currently is Mr. Casey Liu with a 7.53, followed by Jae-Woo Lee, 7.43. As the remaining competitors complete their forms, we will see the standings update on the screen. And then as soon as the semifinal division is completed, we will move on to the male black belt finals, which will wrap up this tournament for today. And I believe we have Mr. Edmundo Gomez ready to go again.
제 그녀의 준비 시작. 브로 쇼 제 그녀의
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. He is a student at American University. As a reminder, even though we did have to redo the form as a result of a technical glitch, there are no deductions for technical difficulties. Today, he receives a 6.00 for Taeguk 8. Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Our final athlete competing today in the black belt male semifinals division will be Mr. Joseph Perez. Call standings are displaying on the screen. Once we have Mr. Perez compete, we'll receive the updated scores and see who will move on to the finals. Top 8 competitors do move forward. As a reminder, if a final score is tied, then we do look to the average presentation as the deciding factor to break that tie. And we're working on having Mr. Perez join us. He is a student in criminal justice at Maricosta College in Oceanside, trains at the USA Taekwondo Center under Hak Soo Kim.
Chip, 준비. 준비. 시작. Bro. Sure. Chip, 그녀.
And that was Mr. Joseph Perez, the final competitor in the male black belt semifinals. Receives an accuracy score of 3.10, which in just a moment will be combined with his presentation score. All of our athletes today have worked hard to prepare for the competition, and we appreciate their participation. Mr. Perez receives a 6.80. Our top 8 athletes will move on to the finals, which we are going to start right away. So we ask that everyone make their adjustments as needed in order to prepare. We'll have the call order on the screen. Thank you to all of the competitors in the semifinals for their hard work. If you're just joining us, this is the 2020 NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championships. In just a moment, we're going to begin the male black belt finals. Athletes will be performing 2 forms, Pyeongwon and Taeguk 7. right, we are ready to start off the male black belt finals division today. It's our final division of the day for Ring 2, the NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championships. Our call order is displaying on the screen. All of our athletes, please make note. Starting off today, our first athlete will be Samuel Chilton, followed by Joseph Perez. Each of our athletes today will be performing two forms, Pyeongwon and Taeguk 7. Their performance in those two forms will determine their final standings.
저요. 흥이. 준비. 시작. 하이. 하이. 바로. Chill. 30-second rest.
And that was Mr. Samuel Chilton, University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, performing his first Poomsae. And starting off with 5.80 for Pyeongwon. He'll now perform Taeguk 7.
저요. 준비. 시작. 바로. 제외요. 흥이. 쉬어.
And that was Mr. Samuel Chilton performing his second form, which was Taeguk 7. First form, Pyeongwon received a 5.90. Accuracy score for his second form is a 2.87. In just a moment, we'll receive his presentation score and also see his final Poomsae score. We do have 8 competitors in this final division. And he starts off our competition with a 6.15. Thank you, Mr. Chilton. Next up, we have Joseph Perez.
Yes, sir.
준비. 흥이. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쉬어. 30-second rest.
And that was Joseph Perez. He is a black belt. He trains over at Miracosta College in Oceanside. His major is in criminal justice. First accuracy score coming in for Pyongwon of 2.90. That'll be combined with his presentation. And he receives a 6.53 for his first of the two forms here in the finals.
준비. 준비. 시작. 바로. 재미요. 흥이. 쉬어.
And thank you, Mr. Perez. That was Taeguk 7, 2.93 for accuracy on his second form in this final round. And 6.67, that combines for a final score of 6.60. Next up is Billy Ong.
재미요. 흥이. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쉬어. 30-second rest.
And that was Bailey Ong from Rutgers University. Our third competitor today in the finals, receiving a 3.10 for his accuracy score on Pyeongwon. As a reminder, since it is the finals, each athlete will complete 2 forms. In this final, it is Pyeongwon and Taeguk 7. And Bailey receives a total score of 7.03 for Pyeongwon.
Check. 준비. Check. 바로. 체력. 흥이. 시험.
And that was Bailey Ong with his second Poomsae performance, Taeguk 7. He's joining us from Rutgers University in New Brunswick, New Jersey. He is a music major, receiving a 7.00 for Taeguk 7, combined total score for the finals of a 7.02. As our third competitor, that has him currently at the top of the rankings, with 5 additional competitors remaining. So we'll see those adjust as each athlete competes. Next up, we have Mr. Samuel Kim.
체력. 흥이. 준비. 시작. 팡! 팡! 바로. Chill. 30-second rest.
And thank you, Mr. Kim. Mr. Samuel Kim joins us from MIT Cambridge, Massachusetts. He is a 4th-year PhD student.
Looks like there might.
Working on electrical engineering and computer sciences PhD. After Mr. Kim, we have 4 remaining athletes in the black belt finals division for the men. And Mr. Kim receives a 3.13 for accuracy for his first form in the finals division. In just a moment, we'll see Mr. Kim's presentation scores, which will combine with the accuracy scores to provide us with the Pyongyang numbers. And then he will complete the Taeguk 7 form. Following that, we will have 4 remaining competitors, which will help us determine the winners for the male black belt finals division. And there we go, Mr. Samuel Kim, receiving a 6.93.
Cheerio. Jimmy. Jack. Bottle. Cheerio. Clean. Chill.
And that was Samuel Kim performing his second Poomsae, Taeguk 7 here in the final round, receiving a 3.13 for accuracy score. As a reminder, the maximum score for accuracy is 4.0 and presentation is 6.0. The average scores for each of those categories are combined to provide Mr. Kim with a 6.97 for his Taeguk 7, overall final Poomsae score of 6.95. That places him in the current ranking of a second position. We have 4 remaining athletes. Next up, we have Mr. Tyler Dydolf.
Cheerio. Clean. Jimmy. Jack. Bottle. Chill. 30-second rest.
And that was Mr. Tyler Dydolf from SUNY Cortland. He is a business and economics major looking to graduate in 2021. Like many of us during the pandemic, he enjoys binge watching anime and also playing video games. A lot of work in between his Taekwondo and his schooling. And today for Pyongyang, he receives a 7.30 to start off. Next up, Mr. Tyler Dydolf will perform Taeguk 7.
Cheerio. Jimmy. Jack. 바로 제비요 흥이 쉬어
Thank you, Tyler. That was Tyler's second form today in the finals. First form, Pyeongwon 7.30. Second form, Taeguk 7, starts off with 3.27 for an accuracy score. Combined with presentation of 4.07, he receives 7.33 for Taeguk 7. That is a 7.32 overall final score, which will place him at the current standings at the top. However, we do have a couple of athletes remaining for this division. Next up will be Joshua Kwok, followed by Jae-woo Lee.
제비요 흥이 준비 시작 바로 쉬어 30-second rest
And that's Joshua Kwok performing Pyeongwon, first Poomsae for him in the finals. Joshua is a computer engineering and computer science major at Northeastern University in Boston, Massachusetts, looking to graduate in 2022. Receives a Pyeongwon score of 7.00 and will now perform Taeguk 7.
제비요 준비 시작 바로 제비요 흥이 쉬어
And thank you, Mr. Joshua Kwok from Northeastern University. That was Taeguk 7, his second form in the male black belt finals division this evening. As a reminder, there will be closing ceremonies occurring in Ring 1 after we wrap up the divisions today. And a 7.13 for Taeguk 7 to combine for a final Poomsae score of 7.07. That places Joshua in the second position as the current standings. We have two additional athletes remaining, and next up will be Jae-woo Lee.
제비요 흥이 준비 시작 Follow. Chill. 30-second rest.
And that was Mr. Jaewoo Lee of Rutgers University performing Pyeongwon as first form for this finals division. Receiving a 3.33 for the accuracy score for his Pyeongwon. As soon as we receive his presentation score, we'll see the first Poomsae score, and then he'll be able to complete Taeguk 7. And a 7.40 to start off.
Chill. 준비. 시작. 바로. 저요. 흥이. 쉬어.
And that was Mr. Jaewoo Lee performing Taeguk 7, receiving a 3.37 for accuracy. Just a moment, we'll receive his final Taeguk 7 score, which will be combined with his Pyeongwon. After Mr. Lee, we have one remaining competitor for the finals today. And there we go, his overall final Poomsae score of 7.47. That places Mr. Lee at the top of the standings. We have one competitor remaining, and that is Mr. Casey Liu.
저요. 흥이. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쉬어. 30-second rest.
And that's Casey Liu with University of California, the Merced campus. He is a political science major looking to graduate in 2023. He is the last competitor for the male black belt finals division. Total of 8 competitors moved on to the finals. A lot of hardworking athletes joining us throughout the day, including these gentlemen. And Mr. Liu, for his first Poomsae in this final round, receives a 7.70 for Pyeongwon and will now complete Taeguk 7.
저요. 준비. 시작. 조용. 흥이. 쉬어.
And that was Casey Liu performing Taekwondo second 7, his second form in this final round, and also the final athlete for this division. Starting off with a 7.70 with Pyongwon, that will be combined averaged with his Taekwondo 7 to determine a final Poomsae score. As a reminder, oh, there we go. Casey Liu, final Poomsae score of 7.74. Nice work, sir. That places Casey in the first position for this finals round. Congratulations. Second position, Jae-woo Lee. Congratulations, sir. And then finally, for the third place positions, for bronze, Tyler Didolf and Joshua Walk. Outstanding work from all of our athletes today. Appreciate your participation in the tournament and for keeping your skills honed. As a reminder, in just a moment, over in Ring 1 will be the closing ceremony. So if all of our athletes and spectators would like to join us in Ring 1, the closing ceremonies will happen. Once again, this has been the 2020 NCTA Live Online National Collegiate Poomsae Championships. I want to say a special thank you to the tournament committee and all of the hardworking volunteers, staff, referees, and also the family and friends who have supported our athletes throughout this competition. It's been a great job by all. And once again, please come over to Ring 1 to join us for the closing ceremonies. Thank you.